Good morning, everyone. So, today we are for the last lecture that is on media tracking of human rights violations. So, this one it's not like part of like journalism, like we hardly do this, but this is like mostly done by these NGOs and these human rights groups who are like working on this human rights. So, we may think that like whatever we are like reporting in media, it may not be like kind of unnoticed and nobody is seeing that, nobody reading that, but there are people who are tracking like what are the news and this one news and like opinions regarding this human rights violations that is like being reported in the media. Okay, so they usually like keep a track of like what's happening there, and from that they are also like kind of using it for like what you call like mitigate the effects of this human rights violations also. So how to like prevent, so how this these things are like happening and all. Okay, for example, I'll give you one thing like in US actually in 2020 I guess. So this many men, they are by like hit by this stone pellets by the police. Okay, so it was like kind of captured in the CCTV camera, right? So like so many places, like it was not in one place, like 6 or 7 places it got like recorded, and later on they use those evidence like to see like how this police are like kind of like controlling anyone, like they like suspect, right? How they are like treating the suspects and how they are like affecting and all. So here nowadays in India, even in India, like abroad, there is this media is like everywhere, right? So like you can see that it's not only like social media, television, newspaper, magazines, but it's also like all other technology like CCTV camera or like whatever, and even people who are like kind of recording like whatever happens in their like vicinity. So everything like kind of before, like before 10 years or 20 years, like if something happens we may not know, because like people didn't have that kind of like technology in their hands, but now it's very easy for them to record and like immediately this one. So you know that when this Manipur thing happened also, there was this internet shutdown was there, right? Internet blackout, that's what like most of the governments, they are like kind of engaging in this internet shutdown so that they can control people like sharing videos like online and everything, right? And even though the government's what you call like justification is that we are like trying to control the misinformation and disinformation, but it's also in a way like hurting that particular community, like they couldn't like share those videos also, right? So that's what like last year there was this one video suddenly got viral, and after that only it got like noticed by like across the country, and also it has become a global issue, right? So that's the thing. So the media has the power, right? So it's not only like by the journalist but also by common man, like whoever, like even you are there and you are witnessing some like police or like doing harassing a victim or like anything, you can just like record it and then you can like post it, right? So that can, so we are thinking that this kind of videos who will be watching, we will be thinking that okay, some people may be like consuming that and make it a issue and it will be there. But there are this human rights organizations, they have this they also have a kind of library, so they will be keep tracking of like whatever the newspapers like report also there, they will like cut down those things and they will keep it kind of different. For example, under domestic violence what are the things are happening, so under caste violence what are happening, and then police brutality what are happening, so they will be keeping those cuttings and then they will be like keeping it. Okay, and then they will like try to see like how these things are happening and what are the patterns are there, and how the victim and perpetrators are like engaged in these acts and who are all involved and everything. So from this newspaper cuttings itself, they will like try to analyze it and they will like make a report out of it. Okay, so that's what they are doing. So that's what like we say that media has the power to reach out to millions, right? And then the people will be like using it again whenever there is some human rights violation or something else, they'll always like try to form a kind of commission, right? So commissions under like retired judge or like anyone else, and then they'll be like kind of seeing like what happened. So those people also will always like look into the media reports. If the media reports are like kind of stereotyped and all, but anyway for them it's like reported in the media, so that is the fact and that is the truth, right? So they will go with that also. I will give you one example that in yesterday we were talking about that Tamarabarni massacre, that 44 tea estate like workers, they got, they jumped into the river and then they are like killed, right? So in that report, like there was this one commission was formed under like a retired judge. His like name is Mohan. So it was called as Mohan Commission. So they have like filed a commission report like after like talking to people and everything. So the commission report itself starts with the media reports only. So in the media reports, they say that people died because of drowning in the river, right? So they are like taking as it is, like okay, they won't kind of interpret or something else, but they will just go with like what the media reports also. So sometimes if the media reports are wrong also, it will be like kind of carried over also. So that is also one thing. But if it is like reported like rightly, it will also get noticed. Okay, so that's what these people like always like keep tracking of whatever like it's being reported in the media and available in the media. So like this one like definition of like media tracking is the kind of tracking like what are the news regarding this human rights violations that's being like reported in the media, right? And then like keeping note of it and then like analyzing it and then seeing the pattern and then reporting it. That's what called like media tracking. So what is the purpose of like doing this media tracking? One is like importance of like documentation. They are like documenting that certain violations has already happened and they are like keeping track of those things. And documentation is very important because like document, it can be like kind of used as an evidence, right? And again, information gathering. So they are also kind of collect information about human rights abuses from radio, television, print, and etc. And also they will be like do the pattern tracking, like track patterns and new developments. For example, if it is about like women cyber stalking, right? So like even in UK and other places, there are like so many cases of like cyber stalking used to be happen. So they'll be like keep on following that women, and then they later on she may also get killed, right? Then after that only they'll say that this one is a kind of evident like kind of cyber tracking. So this kind of like many cases it's have been like reported in the media, and they will like see so how this perpetrator or the abuser is like following the women and what are the ways they are using it, and from that also they will analyze it and then they will like see. So later on it might also help to prevent those kind of crimes also, right? So from this case studies they are also learning, and from that like they are like kind of putting up a recommendation, right? So that's what this media tracking is very important. And then they also like media analysis also, they will also see how the media reported that one, right? So that is also one important way, like whether they have reported it properly, whether they have misrepresented or like stereotype, how they have done that one also they will see. And then fact finding. So like whenever certain issue happen, they also do this fact finding, this one. Okay, so many of this human rights group and activists, they will like go to that particular place. And even for Manipur also, I think like from the press council of India also, they went there and they did a fact finding and then they reported about that one. Likewise, like human rights association, like groups also, they'll go there and they'll talk to people and then they'll do it. Okay, so for that also they will like use this media tracking, like they will be like seeing like how the news is being reported, what kind of news has been reported, right? And what are the issues, what are the challenges, everything they will like get it from that one. Okay, so this one like, so what is like it's also kind of trying to develop an understanding of public perception and misperceptions also. And then they are also like kind of later on, after like doing this documentation and see the pattern tracking and also seeing the media analysis, like how they have reported, right? And then they will like try to like understand like what was the public perception, like how they are like reacting it. For example, it's in social media. So for this particular video, like how people have like reacted to it, what kind of comments they have got, right? And what are their like ideas, like what they are saying, even if there is any rape case, right? Then how they are all like reacting to that particular incident also. Those things they will like get to know that public perception, what they are like viewing about that particular issue. And after that they will like develop a advocacy, right? Like media advocacy. So they will like try to advocate that issue, and they will try to fight for that one. So that's what like the media tracking, but it's mostly done by this social workers and then human rights activists, and like there are many NGOs meant for this human rights, right? Violations, they are also be like doing this one. So the purpose, like it's also kind of how they are like doing it now. The technology is also helping a lot to do this media tracking. So one is that digital open source information. So whatever the social media content that is like available online, they are like using that one. So you may think that, okay, I'm just commenting, and what that comment has a value, right? Who is going to read that value comment, right? But it might be like read by someone who is like doing research about that. We're not going to do advocacy about that issue also. So that's what, even every voice like matters, right? So we may think that like it's just kind of time pass, or like waste of time, like reporting, like commenting on those, like long length of this one. Sometimes you can see if some viral video or like some meme, like etc., regarding that issue got posted, people will be like, other than this meme or this one, the comments are like very interesting. Actually, even in media research also, we are like analyzing the comments now. Actually, like one of my scholar who is working on this online Naga activism. So what he did is like, you one interview about a Naga leader, and the comments for that YouTube links, he has like did the research about that one. He has like extracted all the comments, and then he saw the sentiment analysis, right? What was the sentiment of the people, whether it is positive or negative, and how they are like seeing this issue, what are their comments. So that's what. So even comments like matters, right? So likewise here also, like they are using this digital open source information, like whatever available, and then they are tracking it. And then digital reconstruction also, what they do is like online may they try to reconstruct that one. Okay, so they will like give this okay, this is the how like certain incidents like happened. They are also trying to reconstruct like using this AI, and then they are trying to give awareness about it also. So that also they are doing it. And again, they are also like using generative artificial intelligence like chat GPT and others for identifying the relevant online information analysis and reporting, right? So that also they do. So they will be like they are giving like certain prompts in this chat GPT and all, and then they are asking like, what are the human rights violation issues regarding this domestic violence case particular to this part of India. What are the news has been like reported, then it will like try to give you all the links, but it is your job to verify it, right? You cannot just go with that one, but you can like use it, because nowadays people are using this generative AIs, right? Everywhere, even for research also, PhD research also, thesis, they are using that one, like how to like they are imagining like how the chapter has to come, what are the things has to come, like everything they are trying to get. Even sometimes conceptual framework and everything, the structures and all, they are trying to generate using this AI. Okay, that is there. And tools, like what are the tools they are like, they are like using this media tracking to document and provide redress for human rights violations, and perform reform of laws, policies and practice. So it's not only they are trying to document and like try to like find solution for these human rights violations, but they are also trying to use those like after this media tracking, like whatever they have learned, and after analyzing this one, then they are like trying to make it as a policy document for reformation in the laws, policies and practices. Okay, that one also there. And again, draw the attention of the government to situation where human rights are violated, because sometimes government may not know, right, where it's happening and what's happening. So they also have to like show that one. And again, they also like try to make proposals to the government to put an like end to situations where human rights are violated. And they also raise public awareness about ongoing issues. Then by leveraging the social media reports and visual storytelling, they can also mobilize support and encourage community engagement to advocate for change. So that one also you can do. I think, do you all like follow this Pari in this in Instagram, no? So Pari by this Sainath, like you can see that every time they will be like talking about like some human rights issue, like gender, or like poverty or like whatever, so they will always like deal with that one. So they are like kind of giving everything, like what are the situations that led to them and how they are like tackling what are the challenges. So they used to give those successful case studies, and also like this one. So people like uh, the who are like tracking those, they will also take account of that one, and they will like try to see. So if they see like there are like certain violations, for example when it comes to like women and labor, right? So in this labor market may, like what are the challenges the women face. So they might be seeing like if there are like any news item that has been like reported on it, and in what angle they have reported, they will like try to see. And if they see that okay, there is this maybe like there is no equal pay, right, in the daily wages labor when it comparable to men and women. So if it's like keep on repeating, see the pattern in those like news stories, then they will make it a point. Okay, so this one they will like then make a report based on this gender parity disparity in wages. Okay, and that can be like many issues, but they will be seeing the pattern, like what is the thing which is they are keep on repeating and which are keep on being like reported in the media. Okay, so that is the thing. And so the types of media sources, like from they are getting the traditional media, like how the newspapers, TV news, which are the primary sources of information. Wherever you go, like any NGOs, okay, it can be like UNICEF or UN organizations, or like local NGOs, there will be a library. Okay, so even people who are like doing research about like content analysis and all, you might think like where I'll be getting those documents. They it will be there, so you can go there. Even me, when I was doing my research, one of my case study was about this Dalit Panchayat leaders in Tamil Nadu, and how like in particular Papapatti and Kiripatti constituencies, the it was meant for this Dalit president, but they were not allowed to like contest, so there was this problem was there in 2000s. Okay, 2004 5 and all, like there was this issue. So if I am going to a new normal library, I have to search everything, right? Again, like the whole year like sample I have to take, and I have to read one by one. But what I did is I went to a library by this People's Watch in Madurai. Then there they have this library, and they have a file on Papapatti Kiripati thing. So they have this fully, like they have like paper cuttings from the beginning, like the from the issue. It's very easy for me. I just went, and then it's by year by they have like arranged, and like cutting everything was there. It was so very easy for me to analyze the content, right? Do the content analysis. So we can also, if someone is doing on that content analysis and all, you can always go to these NGOs, because they have this library, media library, and all the paper cuttings. And even in this big newspapers, no, they also have this library. So for example, if based on like certain leaders and all, no, they will have their this one. And for like Manipur crisis, or like Assam issue, they might have their like own files, and they would be like keep the track of like whatever it's there. So we can like always use that one. That's what like this traditional newspapers, no, like newspapers and television reporting also, it can be like always useful. But I don't think like in India they are like keeping a record of TV news and all. It might be very difficult, I guess. Maybe in the YouTube you can find it, I guess. Otherwise, like I don't know like whether they have this file, this one and all. It might be like, because they can't like store everything, right? It's very difficult. So that is one way. And the digital and social media, so Twitter and Facebook and blogs, you can always see the blogs by this human rights activists and others also, you can see. And then in the Twitter, like now the X and Facebook, you can like use the hashtag, and then you can get the all data regarding those particular issue also. Okay, so that is the, for example, you want to do on that particular viral video from Manipur, right? So you can just use the hashtag, and then you can take, and you can take all those comments. Then after that, you can like extract that data, and you can do it manually, or you can use like any tool, and then you can like analyze the data also. Okay, and then this independent and alternative media, so outside of the mainstream, for example, Pari network is one resource. Likewise, there are like so many other issues. for example, this climate change and all, you can always go for like Center for Science and Environment in like Delhi. So they have their like own this one like website and everything. So from there also you can get all the resources. So there are like this independent and alternative media like outside this one. So nowadays like all this online this one what you call magazines also, for example the Wire, the Scroll and all, they have like it's a very great repository of like all the like any issues, like you can go and like take that also. Then but again when you take the media this one like sources, you have identified, you have like taken, but what are the challenges in the like identifying this media sources also? Reliability of the sources. As I said that in media, if they have already like misreported, misrepresented that issue, right, then it's going to be a challenge, right? So you have to see like what is the motto of this newspaper, in what angle they have like reported. So that one also you have to see the reliability of the sources. And then again bias, as I said that media reporting is also not free from bias. So you have to see that also, like how news is like reported and perceived. If you want to like study about like Manipur issue, if you go and read from Valley newspapers and the Hill newspapers, there will be huge, like Valley newspapers will be like totally telling from their perspective, right? And Hill newspapers will be like representing in their own thing. So you have to see a kind of neutral, like kind of national newspaper or something else, like how they have reported both sides and which side like they have like taken. So in that way you have to like see, right, which one is biased. And there are in many states, many of the newspapers and this television channels are owned by these political parties, right? And if you know that the owner is this particular party and then that party is being involved in this violation, then they would have obviously silenced that issue, or they have like misrepresented that one. So you have to see those bias also, right? And again misinformation, that is again another one challenge in social media also. Like when you are like seeing that, you cannot like rely on everything, right? So when you like get certain things, then you have to like again see that one, because many of the times in misinformation what they'll do, there will be somewhere in the world this violation has happened, but they will just show it as happened here, right? Even in Manipur also, like whatever the visuals from Vietnam and then Myanmar, all those visuals has been like used there. So you have to always like fact check again. So that is also one challenge, whether it is true or false. I think you all know like how to do the fact checking, right? You have to better use it in the Google image, then you will find it out. And again you can use those like videos also, and then you can like find that one, like where it's like happened. And then you have to look for that one, like who has reported, from where they have reported, the time, the date, right? And then the logo, everything you have to see, right? Then the government censorship. So again like government may also like restrict access to information and hindering free press. So sometimes like even in social media, like there might be like some handles, it might be blocked, right, by Meta. And again you cannot like some of the things they must have like uploaded it, but Instagram must have like taken it out saying that citing community standards or something else. So that is also that you may not like get. So that's what like they have to keep track of every time, like every second like matters. They cannot like just this incident happened and after 1 month if they go and see, there won't be any also, right? So that is also there, like so we have to be like, they have to be very conscious about that one. And then propaganda is also there, that how media is also has been like used as a tool of propaganda by the governments, right? So and how they are like shaping the public opinion, everything. So that one also. So these are the challenges when you are like identifying these media sources. And then documentation of incidents and cases. So you have like taken, so why we have to do the documentation of those things? It's a historical record, right? Like something like it's already happened and it has been like reported. So it's a kind of history. That's what we say, that today's news is tomorrow's history, right? Today it might be news, but tomorrow it might be history only, right? Even you see like pandemic happened in 2020 and 2021, but it's already been 4 5 years and it already been history only. So if you want to go back, and nowadays like so many research are being done also during this pandemic also, you can see how this human rights, like of journalists, how they have like navigated the pandemic, or how this doctors and nurses, everything, like you can go and like see those reports, you can find it out, like what are the things like people face, like when this pandemic happened, how they were like helpless, and how it was like very uncertain, all those anxiety you can like see from the media also. Like you see from in the beginning they said you have to wash your hands, right? People got so obsessed with like washing their hands, they are washing it for like more than, but later on they said there is no point, right? And then they said like mask is very important. I still remember like when I was during the, I'm not getting any like mask also like everyone, so people started like stitching those mask, and then they are sending out to their friends and all. So that was there. And again like the mask business was there, and again this hand wash, like this sanitizer, like wherever you go but later on they said like sanitizer also, that even if you say that how this campaign on this pandemic has been like from the beginning, how they were like doing, you can see the pattern, like how from the beginning they have like this one. So everything was very new. So likewise, like every issue you can see how they're like reporting was there. So that's what like we say media is like very good for this documentation also. And then first you have to like how to document the human rights violations also. You have to gather evidence. First you have to collect videos, photographs and testimonies to provide substantial evidence of human rights violation. So most of these videos and photographs and all, no, and even testimonies also, you can see like many people, they usually like put out in their like blog or on their like social media status and everything. So that one also you can collect, right? And the next one is you have to do the verifying information, that is the cross checking. So you have to do the fact verification, whether it is right or wrong, whether it is true or false, all those things, right? And you have to like ensure accuracy and avoid bias in documentation, that is also there. And then you have to do the context analysis of human rights violations, like how it happened and all. So you have to like examine factors leading to human rights violations. So there will be like thorough analysis of the political, economic and social factors that contribute to human rights violations. So as I said that if it is about a cyber striking, cyber stalking of a woman, right? So you have to like at least find 5 to 10 incidents that has been reported on the media, and then you take, then you can see there is a common chain that they have all tracked their Facebook and Instagram post, because we people like, oh, we always report, right? I am here, like I am with someone, I'm doing it, I'm watching film, like everything we are posting it. So that is also one problem. That's what like they say, if your like page is like kind of public, everyone can access, right? And even your stalker can be your friend also, you don't know, someone is obsessed with you, you don't know, and he might be in a wrong name also, like like kind of a fake name also, and then you don't know, and they will be like kind of tracking you, like what you are doing and all, right? Because from our Instagram post also they can find something, whether we like coffee or tea, like, or who are our friends, who are our family members, all those things, right? So that's what. So you can see those pattern, like okay, in this cyber stalking, like mostly these are the things, like. So then what they can, like, they will be like analyzing how this thing happened, right? So where it's happening and how it's happening, all those things, like you can see. So what are the political, economic and social factors that are contributing to the human rights violations? Because you cannot like see, because whatever the things are happening, it's not an individual problem, it is a social problem, right? It's a larger social problem. That's what they say. If someone is like what you call robbing or stealing, means it's not his problem, right? It's a kind of larger problem. And again, the suicide also, suicide also, it's not a like personal problem, it's a kind of social problem, like lot of this family social pressures that also lead people to do those things and all. So that is also there. So you have to see that larger picture from this, when you are like analyzing the context and the causes of those human rights violations. And then you can also see the victim perpetrator relationship, like you have to identify the power dynamics, so the influence and control exerted by the perpetrator over the victim, so motive also. And nowadays even this child grooming is also there, right? if someone started talking to a kid online, and they try to manipulate and groom, and then they try to make the child to come out of their home to elope with them, and they try to have what you call exploit them in many ways, right? So that also, we have to see the identifying the power dynamics, like how this perpetrator is approaching the victim, and how they are manipulating, or how they are taking advantage of the victim, right? All those things. And also motive, like what is his motive, like what they are and why, and the pattern of abuse also, like what are the how the recurring behaviors and cycles that characterize abusive relationship, right? So that also. And even last year there were many incidents about this a boyfriend killing his own girlfriend and keeping it in the refrigerator, right? It was so shocking, and there is not one incident, there were so many incidents, right? So even if you keep track of it, you will be moving. Most of them, they were in live-in relationship, and they were there for long. But again, why this happened, right? And also the religion, all those things, right? How they are making out. So you can also see the patterns of abuse, how they are kind of abusing all those things from those case studies also, right? So that case studies, from where they are taking from this media, and from there only they are trying to do it. Okay. And the impact assessment of human rights abuses. So measuring impact, so first we have to evaluate the dimensions of impact that affect victims and communities, including mental health, societal relationship, and economic stability. So that one also, if certain violations happen, means how it's affecting the kid, or how it's affecting the women, or how it's affecting that man, right? For example, it's a bonded labor, right? If someone is being what you call trafficked, uh, saying that we'll be giving you, luring the people to get a good job, and with good salary, but later on they might be involved in certain very menial jobs, and also very what you call very hard working thing, but they might be paying them peanuts or something else, right? So that is also there. For example, there is also one issue, no, this many of this youth, they are being lured to this Thailand and other places, citing that we'll be giving you better jobs and all. And after going there, they are being made to involve in this cyber scams. Okay. So these people, they thought that they are going to get a good job and everything, and they are going there, but after going there, they are making them to this cyber scams and everything, and they are making them do those, and they are also kind of captivated, right? They can't leave them and all. Then they actually, even they are rescuing many youth from this Southeast Asian countries also, how they are being trapped. They are also saying how they are trapped in the name of good jobs and good incomes, but again, how this one. So those kind of this one. So how this kind of things, and how it's impacting the victims and communities. So what are the psychological, for some people who have come out of that one, they'll be in more mental health, they may be more in depression, or this post traumatic trauma will be there, they will be traumatic. So what are the things, and their relationships, and then economic stability also, how it's affecting them, everything you can see from those context analysis of this media tracking of human rights abuses. And again, the displacement trauma and loss of resources. So the consequences of displacement, for example, if a youth from South India is being kind of taken to Thailand and to be put there, the kind of huge displacement, right? And how he has coped with that one, and the psychological trauma experienced by the victims, and the depletion of essential resources. They must have lost their job, right? They must be in a normal, steady, decent job, but they have just left this, and then they went and fall into this trap, right? So that is also another one thing. They are losing their job and income, and they are without nothing also, right? So that is also one issue. Then broader social impact, it's not only it's a very independent issues, or some individual issue, but it has what you call broader societal impacts. The one is the effect on societal stability. So examines how various factors influence the stability of society and its structures, and effect on peace and effect on development. For example, like this, if there is a ethnic conflict, so this ethnic conflict, how it's like affecting the societal stability and it's like development, right? There won't be like people won't be able to do their jobs, they won't be able to do their farming, right? And most of these cottage industries, they can't like function, right? And they cannot like run. So what is the huge impact on the development, right? And then on the peace also, like how it's like affecting the societal peace that. So all these things like you have to see the broader societal impact also. And tracking the outcomes of uh, even like there were this many incidents about this child abuse by what you call the security persons in their like many buildings and all, no, like this gated communities and all are there. So if there are like certain issues, it's also going to affect all the people who are involved in security, right? If one got involved in that one, it will like kind of create a huge stereotype that all the people are like that, right? So everyone will be coming under that one. So it's also high kind of huge burden for those people who are involved in that one, right? So it's not like going to end up as like one incident, right? It's also kind of huge impact on other people also. That's what you can see. There are like lot of hate things against this migrant workers. For example, in Kerala, there was this one migrant worker, he actually abused a kid, and because of that like everyone is under scrutiny, right? They were like everyone is seen with that one. But many of the people, they are going there without like any jobs, and they want to have, you know, proper like decent life. That's what they are like going there, right? They are leaving their place, leaving their village, and leaving their like family and friends and everyone, and they are like going there. But again, after going there also, they will be always like seen with this negative thing, no? So negative stereotyping, so that also affects them. So that's what like that one also they will see like how it's like going to affect the larger society and economy and development and everything, okay? So that is also there. Then after like so first we are like going to first we are like tracking the media, so we are like choosing the media sources, and we are tracking the news and information is, which has been like published or like broadcasted from there. And again from that we are like we are collecting that, we are documenting it, and then we are like analyzing the context and the patterns, right? And then we are seeing like how it's impacting the victim and also the community and also the broader like social context, everything. And after that they will be like trying to come up with this advocacy effects, like how to like, you know, kind of um, mm, challenge those stereotypes, or like how to avoid or like how to prevent this kind of like, you know, crimes and all. So that is also there. So here the role of advocacy in human rights, that is also very very important. Advocacy plays a crucial role in promoting and protecting human rights, influencing public perceptions and policies. And again, media exposure significantly drives advocacy efforts by raising awareness and prompting policy changes. Okay, one NGO is being tracking all those things, and they are like analyzing that one, and then what they will do is they will like kind of prepare a report, right? And after preparing the report, they will call for a press conference, and then with them they will share those report findings, right? Then media will be like reporting about that one, then only people will get to know about it, right? So even the NGOs also nowadays, they are very mm, what you call, very strong on social media, right? So with their like, you know, the people who are involved in it, or the leader of that particular human rights group, so they will also like start writing on those things. So that also kind of reach to the larger masses, and then it will also try to change the public perception, right? And then there will be like, you know, change in the public policy, okay? So for that purpose only they are doing this media tracking, mostly for the media advocacy. So how to like, you know, create awareness about particular thing, or how to like prevent those things, all those things. And you can also successful advocacy efforts, you can see that, for example, you know, HIV AIDS and all, you can see this how this NGO was like working with this like people living with HIV AIDS and all. They will like keep on sending this one. So it is not a disease which can be like, you know, like, you know, passed by like touching or kissing or something else. It's like totally different. So you can like, you know, eat with them, like sit with them, nothing will happen. So they will be like trying to create awareness about those stigma, right? And then they will be like trying to create awareness about that way. So I think we have like come a long way. You see like before 20 years and how it now it has somehow like kind of like normalized, right? So these are all like kind of like consistent and persistent efforts by these NGOs who are working on that one, right? So likewise, like any other disease and like any other issues also, and then they also like what you call significant change and you can say that even this reporting on this caste segregation in the prisons, that's also a very important example of like media advocacy, right? So they were like kind of keep on reporting, and based on that this Rajasthan High Court take it as a suo moto, and then they have like changed their this one. So that is the best example of like media advocacy, right? So how a media report can have a stronger impact on like any public policies and laws and reforms also. That's the thing. That's all. Any other thoughts or like any comments? Even for me, it's like very new because we never do those things, right? We always analyze the content with that, like we left. Even for me, like it's such a huge thing, like we can also do that one. I think it's just a great thing. Like if you are like working on certain important issues, no, like we can always do this one, and we can because there is also one a research method, no, they call it like policy analysis, right? But we normally we don't do that one. But for that policy analysis also we can like kind of use this media tracking, and we can do, for example, there is this new change in this IT, Information Technology Act, right? Or if there is like new reforms coming up in RTI, right? So you can like always do the media tracking, and you can like see various reports and how it's, then you will get a lot of information, and then you can like later on analyze that policy, and then you can like come up with a report also. But we normally we don't do those kind of analysis, right? Mostly this policy analysis are done by this journalist, and also there are like certain think tanks, no, there are like certain NGOs like who are like kind of centers and all, they are involved in that one. But we normally academics we hardly do it, but it's also a good way, like we can also do it, because like certain issues which are like very local, for example, if there is one environmental bill or forest bill is coming up, so it has a huge impact on like your region, right? Then you can like analyze the thing, and what are the pros and cons, and like how it's going to affect, what is the this one, then you can also like start writing on it, and then you can like analyze this one. So that can also be like done, okay? Because for us anyway we are not going to work in an NGO, but later on if you work also we can use this. We completed in 1 hour.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very thrilled to welcome you again to our lectures within the GIAN program. Anyway, so today that will be a little different. So, I'm not going to just, as I did classically, to begin with the title of this lecture, but we are going to just attempt to read this picture. So, as you see, this lecture, of course, will elucidate, of course, the content of our lecture today. So as you see, we have a woman with a tablet, and behind her, of course, it's like a picture that shows, of course, like educational platform. Then you have a man in the center of the picture with a laptop. So this is also what you can read and suggest. So the man is tapping, and behind him, so you see commands, sharing commands, for example, thumbs up, and at the same time, there are people here, so it means global connection. So now let's deduce the symbolic dimension of this picture. So as you see, so woman so is taking the tablet. So it means she is following what's going on the social media. She is following the issue. Maybe the issue is about education. Maybe it's about youth education, university, higher education. So it depends. But she is following an issue. The man also with his laptop typing something. He is receiving, of course, some commands. So it depends. Who he also is following an issue. So we will know later on. So this means that there is like a global connection between all these people, and they are defending something. They are advocating for an issue. So this is, of course, the content of our lecture today, because here we can talk about the social media. So you see the interaction. Maybe this man is reading a newspaper, following an issue. Also, the woman the same thing. So this, of course, clarifies the content of our lecture today, that will be about media advocacy. So we are going to see what do you mean by media advocacy. Of course, in our previous lectures, we have dealt with media tracking. We have defined what do you mean by media. We have seen all the types of media. So today we have seen also development journalism as a type of media. So today we are going to focus on what do you mean by media advocacy? What do you mean by advocacy in the first instance? So we're going to see like the interplay again between media and advocacy, because this is something very important when we question the issue of human rights. Well, so this lecture intends to achieve these objectives. So, number one, define advocacy, media advocacy also, and understand its purpose in influencing public opinion and policy. So, this is the first thing that we are going to deal with. We are going to define advocacy in the first instance. What do you mean? And we are going to go back to the first picture that we have, of course, used in order to begin. The second objective, to identify the key components and strategies used in media advocacy. So we are going to see what are the key components, what are the strategies, the policies that is used by media advocacy. And we are going to understand also the role of media partnerships and the ethical considerations in media advocacy. So these are the objectives of this lecture today. So, what is the first question, for example, that we can ask is what is advocacy? So, I will refer you to a wonderful book by Steve Buckley, okay, in which he has defined pertinently the question of advocacy. It's the act of arguing in favor of a cause, in favor of an issue, in favor of a policy, okay, generally to communicate like directly or constructively with decision makers. So advocacy means on openly supporting a certain point of view or a group of people. So according to Steve Buckley, advocacy is the active support of an idea. So you argue for an idea. You argue for a cause, okay? expressed through strategies. So you use many methodologies, many strategies, many policies in order to influence what? To influence opinions, to influence the decisions of people and organizations. So this is a very pertinent definition, of course, that is postulated by Steve Buckley. So later on, I will refer you to the reference if you would like to get deeper into his book. So this is advocacy, and it is very related to media, as we are going to see today. So we are going to see like another mission, another noble mission of the media is that arguing for a very particular cause, for a very particular idea. Unlike traditional media, for example, that just informs or disseminates the news, for example, or spread the news. No, this kind of media advocacy. So it is an issue oriented media. So it's very particular media, very specialized media. As Steve Buckley defines here advocacy. So it's the active support of an idea, of an issue, and we have seen so many issues, for example, as we are going to see media, for example, advocating for environmental issues, for climate change, tackling those questions like climate change, for example. Media advocating for like children's rights, gender equality, and many other up-to-date issues that all communities, for example, suffer from. So we are going to see now, for example, how this advocacy is produced. For example, how it is portrayed. So this picture, of course, illustrates and portrays a concept of media amplification. Okay, and of course, what do you mean by amplification? This is reach through digital devices, digital platforms. So you see, these mobile, so they work within organizations. We have already get introduced like to the Greenpeace organization, and we have seen to what extent the media members, for example, how they advocate and how they disseminate the news about the Greenpeace movement, or even about the human rights movement, Amnesty International. So we have seen how all these organizations, they work hand in hand with those media amplifiers. So those media people, for example, or those media advocacy members, so they play a very pivotal role in voicing such marginalized, for example, issues. Okay, so we are going to see what do you mean by media advocacy. So media advocacy is a form of journalism, of course, that actively takes a stance on social, political, and cultural, for example, environmental or cultural or political or even environmental issues. So it takes a stance, it has a point of view, and its point of view is very clear. Unlike traditional media, sometimes traditional media, it just informs people in an objective way, in a very neutral way. But media advocacy, no, it's the opposite. It takes a stance, it takes like a very clear standpoint. So and that standpoint is very clear, for example, in its agenda and its strategies also. So this is a very pertinent definition of media advocacy. So from this book by David Bola, this book is entitled Gandhi Journalism: A Communication History, published in 2029. So in this book you will find a wonderful and I'm going to just I will go back to this book at the end, okay, to show you to what extent even Gandhi played a very important role as a media advocacy journalist. So what is advocacy journalism? It goes beyond the routine, beyond industrialized and neutral reporting that is common in commercial journalism. So this is the first thing. So I'm going to explain to you later on. It goes beyond the superficial summarizing of who, what, when, where, and how an event took place from a dispassionate, non-committal point of view. Advocacy journalists look at the world from a specific point of view and are more likely to focus on how parts are interrelated and why. There is also a sense that the advocacy journalist is forthcoming about the causes, issues, or values that she or he campaigns. So, what is advocacy journalism? So, it goes beyond the routine, beyond the normal thing, beyond, of course, classical, traditional, of course, or standard, unlike standard journalism or standard media, for example. So, this very pertinent advocacy journalism, it goes beyond the routine, beyond industrialized, neutral reporting. Why? Because it takes a very clear stance. It works sometimes, it works with the organization, it advocates for the rights of that organization, it advocates for the issue that that organization, for example, tackles. So it goes beyond the superficial summarizing. It's not like traditional media, for example. It just broadcasts the news with neutrality. Sometimes the people or the classical journalists, they don't care if the issue is important or not. So they care just about broadcasting the issue and maybe gaining many viewers. Unlike media advocacy, it has a noble mission. It has noble objectives and noble aims. So it goes beyond the superficial summarizing of who, what, when, where, and how an event took place from a dispassionate, non-committal point of view. So advocacy journalists look at the world from a specific point of view. Therefore, you find many advocacy, for example, or many media advocacy types. For example, you find like media advocacy in environmental issues, for example, media advocacy like for political issues, media advocacy for climate change, for example, for crimes, for pollution, for water scarcity. So it tackles very specific issues. Why? Because it takes like a stance. It takes a standpoint, and it is more likely to focus on how the parts are related, how that cause has happened, why, for example, in this era we suffer from this climate change. So this is a question that media advocacy journalists, for example, can ask. Why women in this era, for example, still suffer from from violence, for example? Why women still marginalized? Why children, for example, are still the most vulnerable segments in our society? Why we do have such unfortunately serious issues? So they question, they ask why, and of course there are many strategies that those media advocacy members or journalists use, and I'm going to tackle these things later on. Now let's see now the general focus and the general definition of media advocacy. So there is also a sense that the advocacy journalist is forthcoming. This is something very important even in the strategies that media advocacy journalists, for example, follow, is that they can forthcoming about the causes. Why? Because they study, because they analyze, and this is something very important. They identify the issue. Maybe this is human or women are suffering, are marginalized in that very particular community. And this is something also very important. The space, sometimes they tackle issues in a very particular space, it means the where. Then at a very particular time, sometimes it's the when. And how those issues, for example, are interrelated. Then there is something very important. What are the solutions? So this is another question that media advocacy journalists, for example, ask. So what are the solutions that we can suggest, we can propound in order to solve that issue? Sometimes by finding solutions or by suggesting solutions, they can even why not, forthcome causes, forthcome, of course, other issues that may happen to be in the future. And this is, they can even anticipate. And this is something very important. So all the time they work in campaign, okay, or campaigning, in join with, of course, big human rights like organizations. So this is organizations. So this is something which is very specific to media advocacy. And nowadays, especially because we have the rise of those very serious issues that we find in many worldwide communities, so we are in dire need of such media, because of course it works within organizations, and sometimes, as we are going to see at the end, it can be even beyond the borders of the community, and this is something that we aspire to have. So what is media advocacy at the same time? So we're going now to just clarify some very important points that media advocacy, for example, is characterized by. So the first one is clear point of view. So advocacy journalists, they report with a purpose. They report with a perspective. So they have a perspective, they have a paradigm of thought, and they have, of course, a purpose. So they have a very clear opinion, a very clear point of view, and this, of course, will allow them to analyze the issue from a specific angle, aligning with very with particular, of course, causes and beliefs, values, and so on and so forth. Also, focus on how and why. So unlike traditional journalism, for example, that focuses, of course, on who, what, when, where, so, and sometimes it gives just factual accounts. So advocacy journalism delves deeper into and the understanding of how and why. So this is also something very important, how various factors, for example, are interconnected, and why the issue matters, and what it signifies. So all these questions, so they matter while, for example, performing those advocacy journalists, for example, performing their job. Also, there is another thing, is that ethical transparency. So advocacy journalists, they are usually upfront with very important issues, and they are upfront about their biases or intentions rather than claiming total neutrality. So they show and they make their standpoint very visible, very visible to their communities, because they stem from a very pertinent, of course, stance. Emphasis, of course, there is also emphasis on social impact. So the goal of advocacy journalism is often to influence public opinion, to mobilize communities, or affect policy change. So this is also one of the major rules of media advocacy, and this is how we understand it. It goes beyond reporting, or beyond surface superficial, as David Ball claims. So it's beyond superficial reporting. So advocacy journalism criticizes sometimes the limits of commercial journalism, criticizes the limits of traditional classical journalism, but sometimes traditional journalism, it's like gives you quick superficial summaries, just quick summaries about events all over the world without digging into the context. Unlike it, so media advocacy, it digs into the context of that issue. So it provides us, and it advocates for an in-depth exploration and, of course, sustained attention on critical issues. So these are the major characteristics that we can, for example, talk about while dealing with media advocacy. So it's about, it presents to us, it introduces a clear point of view. It focuses on how and why. It takes into consideration the ethical transparency, and it emphasizes on social impacts, on public opinion, and it goes beyond the superficial, for example, reporting, the classical reporting, fast reporting. Why? Because it digs into very important critical issues. So the most important thing now is to sometimes to know how or what are the strategies that media advocacy journalists, for example, are using in order to, of course, perform their job well, and in order to dig into those critical issues. So we're going to see like a wheel, what we call the wheel planning, and this is a very this is a strategy that is used by many media advocacy journalists. And if you consult, for example, many toolkits, many countries media toolkit, for example, so you will find that this strategy is called the wheel. It's the wheel planning, okay, and it shows deeply the strategies and the steps that media advocacy journalists, for example, follow in order to come up at the end with a very sort of detecting the critical issue, whatever it is, maybe environmental issues, children's rights, climate change, for example, political issues, gender equality, so all the issues that we tackled beforehand. So the first thing that I hope that it's clear. So the first thing that is in this will plan, it's the will planning of media advocacy, is identifying the issue. So the first thing that those advocacy journalists, for example, do, they identify the issue. So what is the issue in the first instance? Is it, for example, is it the question of pollution? Is it the question of water scarcity? Is it the question of immigrant people, for example? Is it an issue? So they identify. So what is the issue? So they identify the issue, and sometimes even because there are many specialized like media advocacy journalists, they work within the organizations. Like what we saw in our previous lectures, so many journalists, they work within the Greenpeace, for example, movement, and they are very specialized in tackling the issues, of course, of the environmental protection or climate change, for example. The same thing when we saw human rights, for example, organization or Amnesty International, when we saw also the global, if you still remember, the global foundation of hope. So you saw how those journalists, how they work, how they publish those intentions and those passionate objectives of that organization. So the first thing, you should identify the issue. Is it education, for example? Is it like crimes in very particular communities? Is it violence, for example? Is it gender-based violence? So it depends. So you identify the issue. The second thing, you analyze the issue. You analyze, it means you ask many questions about the issue. Why does it happen in the first instance? Why, for example, do women until nowadays suffer, for example, why do they suffer from violence in many countries all over the world? Why they are still, for example, in a marginalized, inferior position? So these are questions. So we analyze the issue. We analyze the why, we analyze the what, the how, why does it happen, how, what are the consequences, what are the causes. So this is the analysis. So you see, this media advocacy is really, if we can define it in a very specific and concise and precise way, so we can say that it is a strategic, it is a skillful use, of course, of media in order to tackle very particular issues. So accessing stakeholders. So of course, when you analyze, you identify the issue, you analyze the issue. You should seek opinions from stakeholders. Either, for example, members, stakeholders, it means members of international organizations, local organizations. So, but you should consult, you should you should do research about that issue. So you see, this media advocacy is very based. It's not, it doesn't come from nothing, but it is deeply rooted in research and in very deep study. So you accessing stakeholders. So the fourth thing is to set objectives and targets. Targets, this is something also very important in the strategy, in the skillful strategy of media advocacy. So after identifying the issue, analyzing the issue, then accessing stakeholders, so now you set up the objectives. So what are the objectives? What do you target, okay, via that media advocacy? Are you targeting, for example, youth social media, for example, addiction? So this is also a very social phenomenon that of course youth is suffering from. So you should set up your objectives and targets. Then clarifying policy and strategy. As I have said, media advocacy is working from or within a very particular perspective. So the perspective, the approach, the method should be very visible, very clear and tangible. So here you clarify from which perspective are you dealing, for example, with this very particular issue. We're going to see examples and more illustrations to know. So this is just a theoretical, of course, framework of how media advocacy is working. selecting the tactics. Okay, so you should know the tactics. How are you going, for example, to present that issue? Is it, for example, in print media, in social media? So you just select the tactics. What are the strategies, the small tactics that you are going to use in order to introduce that issue or advocate for that issue? Developing the message. So here you develop your, so you see how many, for example, stages. And as I have said, this is by media advocacy journalists, they call it the wheel. It's the wheel planning. Okay, so each step leads to another, each step paves the way for another. So this is the wheel planning. So this is how many, if you consult, for example, many media advocacy toolkits in many countries, for example, so you will find that they work, most of them, so they work with these strategies and with this wheel plan. It's later on we will complete the wheel. Okay, to just to understand and to assimilate what do you mean. Well, so developing advocacy strategy. So here you develop your advocacy strategy. So are you going to advocate for what? So you develop it, you develop your argument, you develop, because most of the time you persuade. Okay, so you should argue for something and you persuade, of course, the viewers. You persuade, of course, your spectators or your community. Okay, you implement, and this is something which is very important. So you have all these theoretical things, that's fine, but you should think of how to implement them. And that was a very pertinent question asked by many students during the previous lectures. So you see, anytime when we tackled like human rights declarations, for example, when we tackled many international conventions and many international treaties, so we raised this question: how to implement them, how to render them into practice. And this is the issue. Even this media advocacy, so this will plan, for example, if we would like it to be very fruitful, and of course, if we would like it to have like a very effective consequences, effective results, so we should know how to implement. Because that's very nice to identify the issue. Yes, there is gender-based violence. This is the issue. That's very good. You identify the context. You analyze the circumstances, social, cultural, political. That's fine. And you access stakeholders. You interview people. You interview, for example, leaders and so on and so forth. Leaders of non-government organizations, as we saw before. So you set your objective. You clarify the policy. So everything is fine. Okay, but when you develop your message, it's fine. So you have tackled the issue. Now you would like to advocate for the issue. You should implement. You implement what? Of course, within the media advocacy, you suggest solutions, and this is something which is very important. So here it's like a collaboration. That media advocacy, of course, it influences public opinion, governmental opinion also. It influences policy decision makers also. So here they should think about how to implement. If you have solutions, if you suggested solutions, for example, to gender-based violence, so how can we implement them on our reality? For example, how can we, for example, find those solutions concretely? Okay, how can we implement them concretely? So this is something. This is a very important stage in the work or in this wheel planning. Feedback. So this is something very important. It's all the time when we have a work, when we have a very deep like work, so we have a feedback. We have like self evaluation also. So this can be either seeking feedback from your communities, for example, because media advocacy is all the time in touch with communities, in touch with organizations, of course, in touch with policy decision makers. So sometimes either seeking feedback, receiving feedback, or even this feedback includes self-evaluation. So those media advocacy journalists, they evaluate themselves, they evaluate their working, and this is also sometimes this is something very important. So you see, now we have like completed the wheel. So this is the wheel planning that is, of course, advanced by many media advocacy, of course, programs, and it is very efficient, and of course it works. Now let's see media advocacy. Why does it matter in the first instance? Why we are in dire need of this media advocacy? Why our communities, for example, need this media advocacy? First of all, influencing public policy, because it influences public policy. It plays a critical role in pushing for policy changes sometimes, for pushing for strategy changes sometimes, by shining a light on issues that might otherwise be ignored. So you see, sometimes many issues we don't pay attention to, so many issues happening to be in our communities. So this is the role of media advocacy. So it influences public, of course, policy, raising awareness. Sorry, raising awareness and shaping shaping public opinion. So this is media advocacy. It brings issues to the forefront, informing and educating the public on matters that impact their lives. So this is it, by framing issues in ways that highlight, for example, that highlight injustices, that highlight, for example, risks. Media advocates also can shift public opinion and build support for change. So this is what we mean by raising awareness and shaping public opinion. Um, Also empowering marginalized voices. So media advocacy gives a platform to voices, also, as I have said, underrepresented people in mainstream media, sometimes traditional media, classical media, so they don't pay attention at all to marginalized, vulnerable people, people with disabilities. So here, of course, this is media advocacy. So it empowers marginalized voices in our societies, and by doing this, it challenges, of course, dominant narratives. This is also something very important. Media advocacy really, it's counters based or one-dimensional coverage. So as I have said, so it takes one very particular specific stance. It takes a stance. It argues for something by presenting alternative viewpoints and stories. So it helps to question, for example, stereotypes and deepen public understanding of complex issues. So this is what we mean by challenging dominant narratives, unlike mainstream media or traditional media. Mobilizing communities and driving change. So this is also something very important. So effective media advocacy, as I have said again, not only informs but also inspires communities to take action. This is the major thing, okay, that media advocacy, for example, why it does matter. So it does matter because, of course, it mobilizes communities and it drives, of course, change. It not only informs but it also inspires communities to take change and to perform sometimes even campaigns on social media, sometimes through traditional media. Yes, also holding institutions accountable. This is also something very important. So it's through investigative, reportive, and consistent coverage. So media advocacy also can hold corporations, governments, and other institutions accountable for their actions. So this is also why does it matter? Okay, because it mobilizes communities, because it holds institutions accountable. The third thing is that also bridging urgency to a humanitarian cause. So this media also draws attention to urgent issues like poverty, for example, health crisis, climate change, and many others. So it makes visible many urgent issues that our communities, for example, suffer from. As I have said, media advocacy, it's a skillful strategy to advocate for an issue. So it is an issue-oriented media. And this is why does it matter, because it bridges urgency to humanitarian cause like poverty, like violence, like crimes, environmental crisis, for example, pandemic issues. So many all the humanitarian causes. So they are parts and parcel within the strategy and within the strategy of media advocacy. Now let's see some media advocacy tactics. Okay, so what do you mean? So media advocacy is all the time very consistent. Why? Because it maintain a very clear message across platforms. So as I have said from the very beginning, it is very specialized. Okay, and it takes one issue, for example, it develops it until the end, then another issue, and so on and so forth. So it's a continuous of course work. So it maintains a steady message across platforms. Also, this is something very important, credibility also. So credibility, it means that the information they are from credible resources. Why? In order to build trust, because if there is no trust, so of course communities cannot believe in what media advocacy is doing. So building trust, this is something also very important via seeking credible sources. Engagement, so it encourages audience participation through shares, comments, or calls to action, and this is something very important. So it's not separate from our communities, from our from viewers, spectators, from listeners, or from followers. No, it has this tactic of engagement. So as we will go back now to that picture, you see the man, if you still remember, the man tapping on his laptop, and the woman taking her her tablet. So you see behind the man, the thumbs up, for example, share some hearts, for example, the icon. Also, we have forgotten to maybe you have also deciphered something on that very important picture, is the light bulb icon. Have you seen the light bulb icon? So that light bulb icon, it means what? It means not just engagement, credibility, consistency, but there is something very important, creativity and innovation. And this is something also that is part and parcel in media advocacy strategies. Okay, it's creativity. So it provides, it sheds light on issues, but of course it propounds like innovative solutions sometimes. Okay, so creativity, this is something also very important. So if you still remember that picture, so you have all these elements that we have spoken about, so you have them in that picture. Well, so now we are going just to talk, because we have already tackled all, maybe almost all the organizations, and when we talked about development journalism and how, because this is something, it is very overlapped. So I'm just will just show you some illustrations that, for example, media advocacy tackles, like environmental protections. We have talked about, I think that now you are familiar with these things. We have talked about the Greenpeace use of media advocacy in raising awareness about climate change, for example. If you still remember, we talked about the anti-whaling movement. Yes, okay. So we have tackled all these issues, and we have also tackled how media advocacy, for example, is intertwined with those organizations' agenda. When even we talked about the foundation of the Global Foundation of Hope. So we have almost tackled the same issue. Also, this is something that we began with. It's public health awareness. So we have already talked about so many. For example, organizations, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. So this media advocacy, of course, played a very pivotal role in depicting, portraying, of course, the issue, especially in collaboration with health organizations all over the world. Human rights campaign. So I think this is the first, maybe that is related to the first lecture. So we have talked about so many organizations and how media, for example, interacts with those organizations, how those groups advocate for issues like gender equality, like anti-violence legislation, for example, and how they provide statistics, sometimes stories, expert opinions, in order to inspire empathy, sometimes in order to drive reforms, legal reforms, even sometimes. So we have seen so many examples, and these are just some issues that are tackled mostly by media advocacy journalists. Media advocacy measures. So we are going to see how to measure. Of course, we have talked in the wheel plan. So we have talked about the last thing is feedback. It's the self-evaluation, because media advocacy, after dealing with the issues, so this self-evaluation, this is something very important in life in general. Why? Because when you handle the self-criticism or self evaluation, so of course this is the first thing that that leads people, leads organization to what, to challenge, of course, the obstacles, to learn from their mistakes, for example, and to improve their missions, to improve, refine their, develop their strategies. Why? Because they measure what this is working and that strategy is not working, so we should update it, we should change it, and so forth. Because the world is really developing fast, so we should be in a balance with that development. And this is something even within media advocacy measure. So measuring is something very important. Sometimes there is we measure like media coverage. It means or sometimes audience engagement. It means social media metrics. We What do we measure? We measure social media metrics. Like what? Like the shares. You see, we will go back to that picture. Okay. So we can measure the likes, for example, the shares, the comments that show audience interaction. So this is how we can, because engagement is something very important in media advocacy strategy. So we measure the of course the social media metrics, for example, and the audience engagement. We measure also another thing is media coverage. It means counting mentions in newspapers, websites, in broadcasts, of course, can indicate the campaign reach. Okay, so we measure also, so we measure the media coverage in order to know to what extent that media advocacy for that very particular issue, to what extent it was or it is very successful in dealing with that particular issue. So we measure it like this. Also, sometimes even we can measure policy change, because this is the aim of media advocacy. So it intends, it tackles, it identifies the issue. Why? Because at the end, in order to what, to implement, in order to drive change, for example, and this is something very important. Sometimes even surveys can show shifts in public opinion following campaigns, indicating whether the advocacy resonates with the audience or not. So this is how we measure, of course, media advocacy, and this is something very important, as I have said, in self evaluation. So as you see here, until now, so we have talked about media advocacy, like the wheel plan, media advocacy key components, media advocacy tactics, and media advocacy measure. We have also defined what do you mean by advocacy and what is media advocacy in the first instance. This is something very important. And what is preponderant also is that this media advocacy really, it uses very skillful, very strategic policies, in order methods also, in order to influence the public, and in order to drive change, in order to do something in our communities, in our societies. It works hand in hand with global organizations, local organizations, and we are going to see later on some examples, but after we are going to go forward, okay, to seek future, for example, aspirations. Okay, how can we, or what we, for example, as members of our communities, how can we deal this media advocacy, following all the time some iconic figures, as some students, for example, claimed in previous sessions. So all the time when we finish the lecture, there will be an iconic figure whom we can follow, for example, to refine our methods and our strategies, especially dealing with human rights and media tracking. So there is no harm. There is no harm to have some iconic figures whom we can, for example, take as ideal figures who have defined human rights and who have been militant and who have their say, of course, in our societies. Even nowadays, they are all the time with us. So well, so we're going to watch a video. So it entails maybe very pertinent examples about how media advocacy is working. Then afterward, we're going to see how we can aspire to have a very better future dealing with this media advocacy. Uh, so let's see if just 1 minute. I think here. No. Presentation. Yeah.
In the year 2000, the leaders of the world promised to get all children into school by 2015. But today, 58 million children are still missing In the year 2000, the leaders of the world promised to get all children into school by 2015. But today, 58 million children are still missing out on the opportunity to attend even one day at primary school.
That's terrible.
I know.
It's not fair.
It's more than the population of South Africa out of school.
The people in charge should be doing a better job.
Exactly.
Without universal education, nations will have more poverty, worse health, and more war.
My little brother, he's meant to be starting his education next year, but his school's just closed down.
Oh, right.
The building was badly damaged in an attack and nobody can say when it is going to reopen. Meanwhile, my brother and hundreds of other children have nowhere to learn.
What are you going to do?
I can't just sit and watch it happen.
No.
No way. You know what? I'm going to protest.
Yeah.
And campaign until they open the school again.
Brilliant.
Not just for my brother, but for all the 28 million children who are out of school because of conflict around the world.
Leonie,
Yes?
I want to help.
You? Well, we'll need to be organized, Johnny.
I can do that.
We'll need to get people inspired.
Not a problem.
We'll need to learn how to make change happen through the power of advocacy.
The power of advocacy.
All around the world, young people have got together to demand that world leaders deliver on their promise of universal education. And we're being heard.
Cool.
But more help is needed.
Count me in.
An organization called Plan worked with loads of young people and some amazing organizations like UNICEF, UNESCO, and A World at School to develop an advocacy toolkit. This toolkit provides everything you need, whatever your campaign, to join the millions of young leaders around the world. To advocate for change. As Malala Yousafzai said, it's time to speak up.
I'm going to be like Mahatma Gandhi challenging injustice. Or Nelson Mandela inspiring change.
If you say so, Johnny.
Right, so what do we do first?
We can follow the steps in the toolkit. We need to make a plan and then talk to the people in power.
We should research the issues so we can properly argue our points.
And find some more people who also want to campaign.
We could arrange a meeting with someone in government.
We better prepare.
I'm ready for anything.
And be clear about what we want.
They'll have to listen to us.
And prove to them how important this school is.
Exactly.
The advocacy toolkit will help us get started.
A friend of mine in the Philippines, called Rolando, he campaigned for schools in his country to integrate people with special needs into mainstream education. He went around the country and held student-teacher workshops to explain the importance of such a policy.
That's amazing.
After 3 months of campaigning, schools started to change.
So if Rolando can make a difference, so can we.
Right.
There's a tool in the advocacy toolkit that can help us prepare for a lobbying meeting.
But lobbying isn't the only thing we can do, right?
No. We should create a campaign to get ourselves noticed.
So that people know what's going on.
And those in power can't ignore us.
We could organise a rally.
We can join other young people to launch a global Rise Up for School petition. We can get millions to support it by asking our friends to sign on and share it online.
We could hold a public meeting.
Or a sit-in.
Or a strike.
In the toolkit, there's a story about an orphan in Burundi called Salatiel. He lost his parents in the civil war and couldn't afford his school fees, so he got suspended from class. He was so angry, but he formed an association of orphans and spread the word around the country about what was happening. He got on the radio and everything, and he forced the government to change.
Do you think we could get on the radio?
Why not?
And the television?
Sure.
We could be stars.
And we could keep the school open, Johnny. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, of course. Do you think we can get some journalists to our events?
If we get enough people behind us, they'll come.
I'm excited.
Me too.
It's going to be brilliant.
There'll be ups and downs, Johnny.
I know.
We'll have to stay motivated.
Your brother has to go to school.
But we really can make the difference.
Not just for your brother, but for all the children and young people being denied the right to education right now.
Imagine a world where every child receives a good quality education.
Where young people can make a better world.
Where everyone has an opportunity.
And everyone has a future.
We need concrete steps to address this global education crisis.
That will put every child in school.
So that their ambitions can flourish and their potential be fulfilled.
I know we can make a difference.
We, the young people of the world, call on all governments to deliver education for all. Right now. Visit the Plan website for more information on creating your own advocacy campaigns and to download the Youth Advocacy Toolkit in full.
Very symbolic video that illustrates, of course, how this media advocacy is indeed working. So as you have watched, of course there will be a tutorial, because we are going to just deal with this video in the tutorial, in which you will attempt to just write an advocacy toolkit. That will be very interesting. That will be very practical, okay, to know, because we now you know about the wheel plan. So we will follow just the wheel plan. You will identify an issue like what is mentioned in the video, the issue of education, for example. Then you can write like an advocacy toolkit. You can work even in groups. So this is a very symbolic video, and it signifies, it illustrates how media advocacy members all over the world, how they work, how they engage, and how they build like a global connection among them. And this is something very important. This is how we are going to conclude our lecture, by again, I will refer you again to the David Ball's book on Mahatma Gandhi journalism. So this insight is taken from Mahatma Gandhi, because when Mahatma Gandhi engaged or established like a newspaper, the Indian Opinion, okay, it was a newspaper that began in South Africa. He told the members and the advocate people that newspaper should be the amplifier voice for Indian people and for South African people. So it should cross the borders of the country, and this is something very important. So this is what Mahatma Gandhi, and I was very inspired by his advocacy, because he advocates for something very important. It's India towards and establish what we call transnationalism. Transnationalism, this is also something very important that media advocacy is even using nowadays, because of digital, of course, media, because of those technological facilities. So this media advocacy cannot just tackle community issues, local community issues, but it can transcend the borders of the community and build like a global world based on transnationalism. This is a very inspiring indeed argument that was, of course, advanced by Mahatma Gandhi. And if you would like to dig into this book, so of course, into this issue, please consult the book of David. Um, so you have the references here. So you consult the book of David Ball, Gandhi, Journalism, a Communication History. Okay, this is a very pertinent book that you can consult later on. So thank you very much. Thank you for your attendance. See, not just from your mass communication, they can come from other departments. So I'm inviting people. I'm the head. I have become the head of this department. So please, you can just, if they would like to just, that will be, we will have some fun, because we are very bored, and I know that you are bored too with these human rights issues. So in order to have some fun, some music, okay, tomorrow. So please come and inform your friends, okay? Thank you. Yes, sure, thank you. Yes, come. Yeah. I will give you my WhatsApp now. You have it already? Yeah.
Ci dici merda.